Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Avowed. And we left off nearing the garden, nearing answers and nearing finality.
Careful, Envoy. If Solace is panicking, something's very wrong.
We need to leave before all of the...
And then what? Start over with nothing? That's why
And after all of that confidence that Solus Keep
he's not
would be
the one
fine.
worried about. Someone's going to have to tell the outposts.
Sure, keep us gone. I knew it. The moment I saw that the deer...
Everyone, please, do not panic. Simply exit the keep quickly and calmly, and... We're all going to die.
Oh, Marius, praise Abaddon, you are alive.
What's happening? Why is everyone running around like blessed fools?
The volcano erupted. Any minute now, we're going to be flooded. We're evacuating. Kostya's gone to open the lava sluice gates, but they've been disused for so long. When Forja erupted, I thought... Oh, my boy. I'm so glad you're alive.
Say nothing.
Envoy, well, I'm glad you survived your trip up the mountain.
We're minutes away from being overrun by lava flows. I have to get my people out. You must leave now.
Let's not waste time then. Where is the path to the
I
garden?
told you, we don't know. And this is hardly the time to be asking.
The Steel Garrote would tell you otherwise. We have reason to believe there's a path under the keep. Be thankful you're talking to us rather than them. They were planning to storm the keep.
They're all dead, by the way. You're welcome.
The Steel Garrote were marching on the keep? How? Why would they think the garden was beneath Solace?
And so we're in position to pug ruin books and records.
How could they have gotten anywhere close to such valuable artifacts? Kostya's scouts would have seen them and they didn't report. You weren't lying then. He was. Good God.
Could Kostya have told the Steel Garrote about another entrance to the garden?
No. If such a thing existed, I can't believe it. He wouldn't. We took an oath to Nandru. The garden was our sacred duty, and he betrayed us. I can't believe I didn't see this coming. I was a fool. I have failed my duties. Kostya.
He's not making a deal with Adia using the keep as a bartering
I
chip.
knew he was making overtures, but I didn't think he'd go that far. The ambassador has not responded to Kostya's overtures, has he? I made sure of that when I threw the ambassador's replies in the forge fire. I understand how Kostya could be tempted by false notions of freedom and prosperity, but...
But
This is entirely too much. How could he have done this? I can't believe Kostya handed the Steel Garrote a secret we protected for hundreds of years. We took Mayu. Who knows what he'll do with the sluice gates? He cares so little for the keep that I worry he's going to have us drowning in lava.
Tell me where he is. I need to find the
I
guardian.
will. Abaddon stay my tongue if I betray him, but I will. I will show you where Kostya has gone. If you find that he's doing anything other than opening the gates that would protect our home from the lava, I would ask that you stop him.
Mihala.
I do not wish to see him dead, but if he would risk the keep, then he risks our lives. I cannot suffer those who would harm us to live. Now I must return to the evacuation, and you must go on your way.
Consider me gone.
Go now, and go with the gods.
Outsider, what can...
They went through this door.
Kostya, Kostya, Kostya. It is time to pay the piper.
It's odd, but there's a beauty to this place. Maybe because it's a place in Galawain's tusks I've never been. Let's not spend any more time down here than we have to.
Give it a moment.
You take me.
One beetle down.
Nice job, everyone. Kostya isn't going to wait around for us. Keep moving. Kostya left them behind to die. Blessed Korba.
Isokso!
Let's see this ranger.
Another glorious battle.
Is it truly so glorious, though?
Voices silenced.
Come on, we don't want to be down here when Kostya does whatever he's planning. You're mine now.
Isokso!
I certainly afforded more essence potions than health potions, or at least I'm using health potions far more.
They wound us, and we wound in return.
Unseen, unheard.
Okay. Oh. Ah, Shadow's got me. How far back was the autosave?
This whole place feels like it's gonna come apart.
He's also.
So you do fall in the end. I thought you might have been a little bit bugged there.
I was just getting warmed up.
They wound us, and we wound in return.
Let's take this again. Additional health potion might be the ace in the hole that we need.
You take lead. Watch your step. Even you wouldn't come back from that fall, envoy.
He's also. Seamless metal. He's also.
I don't appreciate you being quite so close to me. Okay, is there a chanter, or is it just... With the Great Salvo range attack.
Come on, we don't want to be down here when Kostya does whatever he's planning. Just like the good old days.
Okay. Fight 1, addressed.
They wound us, and we wound in return.
Okay. So priority kill is the priest. That's a fighter. Zeppeling's a little bit difficult to keep on the table at times.
Come on, we don't want to be down here when Kostya does whatever he's planning. another glorious battle.
He's also.
They wound us, and we wound in return.
Move targets one by one. Oh, there we are.
I think I sprained my shoulder.
Okay. At least now see... There's no way to disarm it. Okay, so there are a few things lurking around here. What are you? Okay, hold on.
Right behind you.
We need to keep moving. We're gonna catch Kostya.
Endless night. When will the sun rise?
Okay, so the bow's better for an AoE choice. This one's better for a single target. And much better for our general priorities at present.
Kostya must have passed by recently. We should move. This whole place feels like it's gonna come apart.
You're not looking good.
Isokso!
We were still incapacitated. Or we still had the cooldown for incapacitation.
This whole place feels
Oh, really? This far? Oh. That's painful.
Everybody all right?
They wound us, and we wound in return.
Right behind you.
Okay. Start really helps with the first part of the fight. Welcome to Cake. It's going fairly well. Huddles fight a little bit more than I would like to do it though. Otherwise it's going well. What about you? How are you doing today?
I was just getting warmed up.
I'm ability here doing well. How is second beta holding up against the first? There is no way to dis... At least I cannot see a way to disarm this particular one unless... There's a button I missed in one of the other rooms. Ah, very fine. We do like improvements to offline play. Oh. Almost slaved right off. You know what, on that note, let's make sure we get... Save us so we don't have to do the fight again. Because we're coming up right against another boss fight.
Don't want to be down here when Kostya does whatever he's planning.
Endless night. When will the sun rise?
Fight and duty.
Here we go!
Kostya doesn't care who dies. That Korba must be stopped.
We should move.
We need to keep moving to protect Kostya.
You're not looking so good.
Isakso!
Alright, and that addresses... the boss that toppled us last time. People do like the grapplers, especially in SNK games.
If Kostya knew about this, he'd be selling tickets.
An entire church of Potemkin. That's fair. There is mostly text. Which is fair.
Don't think, just jump.
Daylight. Essence we have not felt in centuries. No. Here. Now. It cannot be.
My brother, soul of my soul, how did you find me here?
And who are you?
I have been here for so long. My memories are tattered. They fall apart when I look too long at them. There was a man called Nandru once, beloved of a terrible god. I remember it all. I feel Sabadal's mind beneath yours, swimming in the deep. You should run.
You're going like a subtle too, aren't you?
That was the name they gave themselves. Stolen from the ancient souls, whose deaths gave rise to them. To us. We were little more than appendages to them. That is why I must ask you to destroy them.
You want me to do what?
You have seen them, as I have. Memories of their ancient, chosen children. Rips in the fabric between the here and the beyond that allow the dreams of the dead to leak through. Memories of the Akida. People like you, or I, who loved Sabadal and were betrayed by them. This land was once a jungle, rich, alive. I saw it through their eyes. The people tried to look after themselves, to rely less on Sabadal, but to be relied upon was all their god desired. They felled a tree, and for that slight, Sabadal turned their world to ash, ignited the breath in their lungs, and made their people into dust. Sabadal burned their world, and the people who revered them suffered for it.
You know this. Why did you build souls on the ruins of the godless?
So that I would be confronted every day with what our God had done. So that I would not grow weak and give in. So that I would not go to them and do what they have asked of you. So that I would never set them free.
Was that via the catastrophe that annihilated the godless?
No. Their final death came later. A gift to the Akida from the true gods, who wished to bring their children back to them. Back to her.
Ah.
The rightful queen. Wodica.
What does Wodica have to do with this?
She is the center. The center of everything.
Sapodal is too dangerous to go free.
Yes. You see them with eyes unclouded. The ruined cities. The crevasses cleaved into the earth. They remade the land in their image. It reflects their twisted heart. You, my brother, who are more brave than I, go now to the garden and hang the gardener from their tree.
How?
Your mind cannot understand it, but your soul, when the opportunity is before you, it will know what to do.
But where is the way, Nons? How am I supposed to get there?
You need only walk a little more. You are nearly at the end. You know, I always meant to die down here. To siphon my soul into a lonely pillar, disconnected from the stone that makes our world. Disconnected from them. I only hope that Sabadal releases you to the same long peace.
Thank you, Nandro.
Do not thank me. Only do as I asked. Destroy them, brother. And when you see Wodica, tell her I said hello.
You okay? You went away again, but this time it's all good.
You alright? We lost you there. But not like before.
Oh. Not bad of connections, eh?
Kostya's already proven himself an enemy of Solace. Whatever you choose to do with him after we stop him is fine.
Sluice gates ahead. Let's find Kostya, fast. Lava's high. Gotta hurry.
Good. You're here. Help me destroy the switch. We can't risk someone turning it and opening the gates. If the keep falls so that we might live, so be it.
What are you doing?
I'm doing the only thing that matters. I'm saving my people, Envoy. With your help, or without it.
Was it you who told the Steel Grot about the path to the garden?
Me, specifically? No. I only provided them access to material from the living archives. The books and records that the novice brought to them were what revealed the secret. I assume you didn't let the Steel Garrote or the Inquisitor survive their search. Bloodthirsty. You people just can't help yourselves.
You don't know the steel growth like I do. They had to be stopped.
I could have used them. I could have fixed everything. But you've done me a favor in a way. So long as the keep stands, my people are trapped here. Doomed by an oath to a dead man.
No one should be bound to a pile of stones. Certainly not because of a centuries-old oath.
Our people were nomads for ages until we built the keep. When it falls, we'll be free to explore the world again. I will not watch my people rot here for the sake of a pointless oath.
Nandru lied about the girl. The garden is a secret prison for a god. You're just the jailers.
My conviction only grows stronger, envoy. Nandru never wanted what was best for us. He built us a tomb and abandoned us to it. Do not speak his name to me as if it could mean anything to you.
I can't let you do this.
Life for rubble, blood for the prison of old ways. We twine.
Stand down, Kostya. This just isn't your day.
So be it. And you are so close. The entrance to the garden is just beyond this door. I always knew it would come to this.
Show me what you got! Ah!
He's also.
Who's ready for more?
It's done. Solace is safe. Thank the gods. Well,
So... What's about the shoes?
well, that's that.
Well, let's see if we get a... fast travel point. If so, we might explore a little bit further, but without it, we will not be going back through all of this again.
Ever thought it
Also take a moment to go back to camp. See what upgrades we can make yourself.
I feel crazy saying this, but Kostya was right. We should have let Solace Keep fall.
Crazy is one word for it. You really think you can just burn down someone's ancestral home?
Dearie, the keep isn't a home. It's a prison. And now the Pargrunen will never escape.
Solace is my home. I still don't get why any of you feel like you have a say in this.
But you left.
Because I chose to. Kostya doesn't get to make that decision for everybody.
If Kostya doesn't, Mihala will.
As all is standing, those who want to leave can, and those who want to stay still have the choice.
Exactly.
The Pargrunen have always had the choice to leave, and we've seen very few take it, dear.
Amalia and her people took up arms and turned to banditry, and they still weren't allowed to leave. If anything, I imagine Mihala and her traditionalists will only make it harder to leave now.
I don't think letting Solus stand was the right choice.
You know your own mind. There's something to be said for that.
True. And you've a date with the gods soon. We can only hope that you'll make better decisions.
Enough talking in circles. Let's save our strength for the garden. I, for one, could use a long rest. And I'm betting the envoy could, too.
Rest up.
Right. Looking forward to it.
Way to heals, definitely. Likewise, glasswood branches. You can only make 5. So make the 4 we need for that. Maybe we need for that 6. So we come up a fair bit short. Come up. 1 short, in fact.
That meeting of the Solace Council did not go as planned.
It was a whole lot of exactly.
Let's go have a chat with Mihala. Let's get a final check on our inventory.
Again.
Not particularly. The dum-dums don't really get in the way, but there are times where I can't really tell my allies from my enemies.
The feeling of the keep units.
Can't believe that sucker sub.
What happened, Adirin? Is everyone all right?
There's something you must know. Your oath to Nandra was a lie.
Doesn't matter. An oath is an oath. I swore it, and so did my people. Tell me about the keep instead.
The keep and many of our people are safe.
Thank you. I cannot explain how afraid I was for my people and our home.
It wouldn't have been right to let the keep be destroyed.
Maybe. After everything that has happened, I can't help but wonder if perhaps Kostya was right. Here. I once was this artifact's custodian, but I failed in protecting the keep. This belongs to one who has proven capable of guarding my people. I wish so much that things had gone differently. Marius, could I speak to you?
Right. Did she just ask that? Or am I having another nightmare?
Face your fears, Marius.
Knew you were gonna say that. Okay, let's hear it.
I'm so glad you're safe and that you're surrounded by good people.
All right. Waiting for the but?
There's no but waiting. That's all I wanted to say. Truly. I am genuinely happy you found friendship, Marius. You always deserved more than the world gave you. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, you've always given me more than I deserved.
No one's a kind thing to say, Mahala.
It was a true thing.
Welcome back, friend.
Okay, so the only way I'm going to get things I need at this point really is by breaking down the things that I've collected. Which is fair. Alright, that gets us a little bit more.
This place may not have much going for it, but that view across the Acid Sea is really something at night.
What do you think my Ghost's plans were dealing with that
You
here?
can tell he's struggling against the current, which is a shame because he's looking out for his people rather than an old building. Tradition and history have their place, but I just can't see putting it ahead of the welfare of the living. But you're the envoy. I'm wondering what you think about it.
It's reckless. It's betting people on a risky deal assuming they'll adapt.
Maybe so. Sometimes you just work with what you got. Rawatai's grown over the centuries through dozens of expansions, conquests, and alliances. Many were bloody and hard-won, but I still can't find myself wishing for the alternative. We wouldn't have lasted if we stayed a small Almawa tribe struggling against a barren, stormy spit of land.
And this mission simplifies a messy and often violent history.
It does. I saw the dark side of that expansion in Deadfire, after all. But I don't think isolationism is the answer either. The question is, do you really think Kostya and his people are better off sticking around here than taking their chances with Adir? Or striking out into the Living Lands?
And that's all for me to say.
Perhaps there's no one who should make that decision, but someone will have to.
And that's all.
Night, Envoy.
Have you...
Envoy? You're probably here to see how I'm doing, yeah? Well, I'm doing great. I always knew my home would destroy itself from within. I just never thought I'd get a chance to stop it.
You did well in Solace.
Right. If you get any more sappy, I'll think you've turned into a tree. But enough of that. You have a lot to do, and I'm right behind you. Right, changing the subject. Thanks for talking.
You do have more to say.
Envoy, I've seen Mount Forgia erupt before, but never like that. It's like it was angry, like it was screaming in pain. I don't know what really happened, but I assume Sapadal was involved.
I think the Sapadal's more involved in all of this than we thought.
Blessed gods. Is it too much to ask to just let us live our lives for a while? It's like they have nothing better to do. Anyway. You too.
You still have more to say, okay.
Envoy? Sorry. I've been in my head ever since we left Solace, thinking about the village.
That's understandable.
I'm tired of it. You need me focused, especially in the tusks, where just breathing wrong can kill you. Still, I don't know why I'm thinking about this village, or even why it feels so important. What if I get there and... oh, I don't know, I fall apart. Memories flood in and I don't know who I am anymore. Or worse, what if it's nothing?
You always know us to go there and find out.
But maybe it's better not to know. There was a story. The warden who saw the future.
What was it about?
There was a young warden who thought she could see the future. She'd think about things and they would come to pass. She was worried about her father falling ill, and he did. She feared her friend would die of exposure. It happened.
Go on.
One day, she was with her patrol unit guarding a watchtower, and she was struck by a terrifying thought. She just knew in her gut that Solace was under attack. Zareps, or ogres, or fire blights from the wastes.
So she'll have to post to stop the attack.
Oh, you've heard this one. The young warden tried to alert her unit, but they didn't seem concerned. They said she was delusional. So she left the tower to go protect Solace. And she found nothing there. Meanwhile, her post came under attack. Her whole unit was killed because she abandoned it.
So the future sign was just worries about what might happen.
Exactly. So what if I'm seeing the future here? Maybe we should just stay on your original path.
The difference is that you haven't left your post.
You're right. This is a small detour, not a different path. I haven't left you folks behind. Anyway, I appreciate the talk, Envoy. I clearly have some things to figure out. Anyway. Until next time. Envoy, coming back to Solace is not easy for me. A lot of memories. Not all happy ones.
Did something happen to you here?
I grew up in Solace. They took me in when I was a child, and they treated me like one of their own. Until I left.
They took you in from where exactly?
That... I don't know. I think it has something to do with those memories we talked about. That village. I feel like I'm being pulled in that direction, but... I don't want to go there. Really don't want to go. Well, over the years, I started getting the feeling I was lied to, like everyone in Solace knew something I didn't. Whenever I asked about where I came from, I never got a straight answer. You're here now, they'd say. That's what matters.
You think they were hiding something about your past?
Oh, they definitely were. I swear on Magran's breath. What could have been so bad that they wouldn't even tell me about it? Was it something I did? Something I didn't do? I left because I felt like everyone there was keeping something from me. Like I didn't belong there. And they all knew it.
Take a moment, Marius. Breathe.
Right. Okay. Thanks. I had to get out of there. I slipped out in the night, never said a word to anyone. Didn't look up till I got to Paradise. And here I am, back again. Funny how things work out. Anyway. Pleasant dreams.
Okay. Let's take a look at that village there.
Quick and quiet.
Is it odd that I feel more comfortable here than in Solace?
I don't want to go back. I can't.
Quiet as the dead.
Watch yourselves. just counted. Oh, no, you don't. Arms up. Oh, you got. To your left. Left leg.
So we drawn near to Marius' village. Oh.
I think I sprained my shoulder. I can't. I don't want to be here.
We're here with you, you're safe.
I feel like I can't feel my fingers.
You've made it this far. I'd hate to see you turn back now.
Fine. Let's go. Let's go. I feel like I can't swallow. Gods. What happened here? What is that? Let me see. I remember this. I think this belonged to... Everything Yonku said was true. All of it. These bones. These bones are hers. My mother. I can't.
This must be difficult.
Difficult? This is blessed impossible.
Take your time. I know how long it's been.
I don't think I can handle this right now. I need to go back.
No, you can't run from this,
You
Marius.
charted your course. All you have to do is see it through.
I know. Free to me. Let's just keep looking around.
Put them down, please. Please. He speaks of song. I hear only screams. No. No. Don't fool me. Don't lie. That can't be Marius. It can't.
Careful. I think a part of him is already gone.
Yonku. Viate. Is that you? What happened? How could this...
Oh, I guess the Dream Scourge has him.
Scourge. Like mass graves. I can't... I search for meaning, but find only words.
This is... is... Yonku. My best friend since... as far as I can remember. When did this... I should have never left you, Viate. I couldn't have known.
Patrol. Yes, on patrol. When the dream touched me, I was away and alone. Yes? Not your fault. Not yours.
Yonku, what happened in this village?
We met here, Marius and me. We played here. I was older, but still a child.
That doesn't... I barely remember this place.
Your forgetting is for the best, Viate. I suffered remembering the whole time.
Please, continue.
Families followed Razvan, trusted his words. He would lead them to a better life. Trusted Razvan to make them something more.
Wait. No, I remember something. Chanting? I was so scared.
Please, Yonku, continue.
Razvan circled the parents around, said he would help their voices reach the stars. They took bowls full of... night. No. Death. He said to drink it while Razvan said the words.
I don't want to know what you're about to say.
That explains the state of the ritual site.
I don't. But why would they... Everyone dead?
I saw all the parents fall over. I knew he would come for me. I ran. I saw young Marius, too small to understand. Razvan called out for us, his voice raised to the sky.
That's when you took me to Solace. You saved my life.
A new home, yes, I brought you there and they gathered you.
Been a survivor all your life, Marius. I can see that now.
Marius always survived. Kept me alive sometimes. Never said to stop. Never gave up.
I always thought you were a fool when we were younger. So impulsive. Now I know. You thought you'd already cheated death.
The parents in Solace said it was better to forget. Made me swear not to tell. You were happy. Never wanted to upset you.
Ignorance is bliss, I suppose.
There's no bliss anywhere near this situation.
But I can't focus. Can't remember. Razvan is near, making everything harder.
God, he might still be alive. That's it. We have to leave. If he's out there, we have to run.
If Razvan is still alive, we'll find him.
Found the key to Razvan's home. Search there if you want. I will only forget.
Why do you think Razvan still lives?
Signs of life in this place. Small but true. Someone is here. And not just me.
I am so sorry this happened to you, Viate. If I could trade places with you.
No. No, Viate. You have saved me many times over. This I wouldn't wish on you ever.
Well, I guess we'll be going now, yeah? We have to keep digging into this particular emotional scar.
Razvan's going to pay for what he's done, I promise you.
I almost pity him. See you soon, Viate.
Cave to the south.
I knew someone was out there. He killed everyone. He wanted to kill me.
But you're still here. That proves he didn't win.
Years of worrying myself sick. He's out there, Envoy. This Korba is still out there.
You will find Razvan and end this.
I don't know if He killed my entire village, Envoy. I think I know the contact Razvan used to seal the door. It's a poem my mother told me when I was a child. She said those words would always open doors. I never knew what she meant. If we're gonna go after Razvan, we better get to it. Before I pass out where I stand.
Well, it doesn't seem like a way. Let's go around the bend then. And respond to the call of loot, of course. Go a little bit further around. Oh, that's as far as I can really take this particular.
That was fun.
Okay. These does get us onto the landmass. Wait, no. Hold on. We have just gone around in a circle. Is there another path here, or is it just... the direct path I saw before? Well, one way to find out. I had a feeling this would be a fatal miscalculation at some point. Okay. Possibility number 3 requires going the long way. If there is a long way, of course. There are 2 other bridges to this landmass, on paper. We definitely need to enter those ruins. Okay. No, definitely the other way. Closest to the village, which makes sense. It's not a direct path, but path nonetheless. And still, in a sense, the long way around.
material. Alright, what was it? Something. Something in the sky. Gods, I can't think straight.
On my feet.
Job, everyone. Sing free, our voices lifted high. Our spirits laughing in the sky. Hope that did something.
Governor voices.
Someone's living here. I'm sure of it. Oh, maybe it's not him. Right. Look, it's definitely him. Don't know if I'd rather see Razvan alive or dead. If he's dead, he can't hurt anyone else.
Let's remove you from the board. And you'll summon smaller ones. Let fall to magic. We can utilize a single lockpick for this.
Keep quiet. Yes, I hear them, but I hear things all the time. Please just let me work. Let me work.
Does he even know we're here?
New voices. Flesh or spirit, I should ask. The others say you're flesh, but the others are known to lie.
You've lived long enough with the dream tools, it's hard to speak like them.
Dream thrall. What a wonderful word for those souls you slaughtered to get here. They speak with more clarity now. I have long heard the voices of ascended beings. Beings beyond pain or hunger or death.
He thinks he's a watcher. Pathetic.
I sought to raise the voices of my flock, to raise them, to become as the voices that sang to me were. The chorus of voices that surrounded me told me lies among their truths. On that day, I sought song but only heard screams.
Duke de Dragon, Korba. You killed everyone.
I know this voice. Older now, perhaps. One of the missing ones. You have your father's tone, your mother's diction.
Have you ever heard the term Watcher?
No. I have heard the words they use to describe me, and I know I am more than the labels they hang around my neck. My people were to become ascended beings, like those who spoke to me before. Voices ephemeral, wise, and never afraid. Instead, their voices became screams. From the next life they curse me. Call me killer. Call me death.
If I heard voices and no one ever told me why, I don't envy him.
I don't care. This Korba killed my family.
But I have since found a new choir, full of life, and set loose from the shackles of will and doubt.
Your new choir more likely wants to eat you than follow you.
My new choir resists that which they don't understand. They hear songs of their own, but I will teach them to sing together. Perhaps one day you will join my choir as well, my little lost one. I will lead you to sing for the gods themselves.
I have run from you my whole life. And you're just a madman in a cave, talking to dream thralls.
You ran because you were afraid. Now you come back to me. My lost lamb. My tiny little bell.
What do you want to do with him, Marius?
You murdered a village to satisfy your sick vision of ascension. But really, you're just a lost soul down here grasping for meaning. I don't remember my parents. They obviously trusted you. But they didn't know you, did they? Not really.
They were shining souls. Their voices passionate. Their words sharp like the crack of a whip.
I see no reason to give this man a quick death. Let him rot down here, for all I care.
Nonetheless, I sentence you.
Somehow, but I can't explain how.
Razval is dead, that's all that matters.
Right. I guess so. I've spent my whole life afraid of something I couldn't remember. And now I've found that thing and overcome it. I need to think about all this. Maybe we should check on Yonku, see how he's feeling.
Okay, these are the side of things that I saw at a glance. And that is quite the one-way trip indeed.
We spoke before, yes? Marius? We spoke before.
Razvan is dead.
He died like anyone else, Viate. He wasn't a god or a monster or anything else. Just a man wallowing in his own filth.
I feel it. In my jaw and in my heart. Drums beat slowly now. Head is light and full of sun.
It's over, Viate. You can rest now. I promise.
Right, Viate. And so can you. Remember that.
We should be going.
Will you be alright, Viate? What can I do to help?
Nothing more you have to do, Viate. Just keep living and try to laugh once in a while.
Right. I will miss you, Viate. I love you.
I feel so light.
Oh, got a point at some point. Outreach 23. Okay. All right. The final march.
Closer. We have waited so long.
Make sure we have a save point at right before the point of no return.
Well, this is it, I guess. Feels very different from the last time I left Galawain's tusks. I will say, it's nice to look out and see Solace still standing. Thanks for that.
Of course, you had no right to make that decision for everyone.
Right. It's better than an Adiran envoy do it.
Solace is still standing. And so are you. We're in this together.
Just so you know, Kai, it's starting to sound like you like me.
If you happen to need a reminder, do let us know. Brooding in silence can be quite the mood killer.
Not to spoil the moment with good news, but I doubt the rest of the island has been quiet while we've been looking for the garden. Things have only gotten more tense since Fior, and the Steel Garrote probably hasn't been doing us any favors on that front.
Especially when they're led by a woman who doesn't seem interested in staying dead. Not to mention, after we take care of the Envoy's little god problem, we'll still have an empire bearing down on us.
time of change and strife. We felt this scored in the island itself.
I guess that's why you and Sapadal are due for a heart-to-heart. Or whatever you have with a god.
Can't say I'm too excited about just walking into the garden. I grew up learning I needed to protect that place. But it never felt like more than a children's tale to me.
I hear you. This island is weird enough when all we have to worry about are vengeful plans and soul-altering corruption.
Am I the only one who's looking forward to the garden? We're pioneers, stepping into the great unknown, a land of mystery.
We have to remember to love them in spite of their lack of proper enthusiasm, dearie.
Good point. We'll be the first into the garden in ages.
Can you imagine? An untouched spiritual wilderness just waiting for us. I have a theory about the garden. Or a warning, depending on how you want to look at it. Sapadal has been imprisoned a long time. The garden will be a reflection of their dreams, their nightmares, their madness.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw visions or hallucinations, and not even the fun kind.
At least we get to meet Sapadal in person.
About that, before we go any further, I have to ask you something. You told the Inquisitor that you intend to free Sapadal, set them loose upon the world. Is that still the plan?
Honestly, I'm struggling with that question.
You're not the only one. Sapadal is responsible for the spiritual health of the living lands, and the island has suffered for it. No matter what the Inquisitor said, I don't believe there's a right or wrong choice to make here. Just the one you believe in.
That doesn't make the choice any easier.
Good. Who said it has to be? Remember, we're stepping into a realm that is both physical and spiritual in nature. If you can call it nature. There's no telling how long we'll be gone. For all we know, time could run backwards in the garden.
Do we feel like turning back? This may take a while.
Not a chance. We're a crew now, so you're stuck with me until the end. Marius?
I told you I'd be with you till the end. I don't go back on my promises. What about you, Giada?
You're not going into the garden without me. I have to see this with my own eyes. Yatsli, if you feel like running back to Quilichi, now would be the time. No one would think less of you.
And tell Quilichi that I missed out on the most exciting part.
Alright, then we're in this together.
Fair weather or foul.
I plan on wandering the garden whether I'm traveling with you or not. I have to find out what the big deal is.
Agreed. I'm not waiting in camp while the rest of you have all the fun. Hope to see you out there, Marius.
Well, let's go then. We can't keep your god waiting.
Envoy? I thought I'd feel different after dealing with Razvan. Somehow more at peace. There was this threat I didn't even know I was afraid of, and now it's gone. So why doesn't it all feel better now?
Razvan was the origin of appearance, but they built up beyond him over time.
The man in that cave was not the horrible thing I imagined all this time. No one has been hunting me. No one was after me. Been dealing with this all my life. Someone starts acting strange, then clearly something terrible's about to happen. My people were in a cult. They believed what Razvan said. They died because he asked them to. But he wasn't behind every corner. He was stuck in a cave, babbling in mushrooms.
You've been through a lot, but it's over now.
Seems to be. Yes. I appreciate what you've done to help me. I won't forget it. Thank you for finding that amulet. It's such a small thing, but it helps.
I'm glad to hear that.
Just holding it brings back memories. Good ones. There was a sense of purpose, I think. They all left Solace for a reason. They trusted Razvan. People began to act strange. My parents weren't around as much. Everyone started paying all their attention to Razvan. We all know what happened next.
What happened to people was truly tragic.
It was Razvan. He built up their trust and betrayed it all at once. I just wanted to thank you, Envoy. That's all. Anyway. You too. Envoy blacked out at that Audra and the lava tubes beneath Solace. But it seemed different somehow.
I spoke to the spirit of Nandru, actually.
Right. I actually believe you. This is madness, Envoy. You spoke to the founder of Solace.
He suggested I kill Zarpedon, actually.
Well, that's not what I was expecting. People in Solace always claim they're speaking the word of Nandru. And here you are, actually hearing from the man. Doesn't even really matter what he said, if you ask me. There are hundreds of Pargrunen who'd give anything to hear Nandru's voice. Blessed day impressive is what that is. Envoy, what do you need? Pleasant dreams.
So, this is it. The spiritual epicenter of the living lands. Where it all began, and where it all ends. For so long I have looked out on a horizon full of possibilities. Now that it's here, I'm too scared to breathe. Oh, why am I so anxious?
I was about to do something incredible.
I suppose you're right. I'm frightened, I'm excited. I'm a lot of things right now. Do you remember when Manto Pastor sent you after the heart of an Adragan?
Forced Power's invention.
That was nothing compared to this. We are standing in the beating heart of the living lands. Just imagine what we can do with it.
Why must we do anything?
Animancers don't ask why. We ask how. My parents were going to build a better world for Animancers. That dream was their legacy to me. You and I have come farther than they did. To an impossible place where anything can happen. Anything.
You will decide what to do with your life. Bass has no say in the matter.
I'll try to remember that. I don't know what's going to happen, but you've had my back since the beginning. I won't forget it. Who could rest at a time like this? I must admit, I had my doubts about Solace. It was like a dungeon, except the wardens were the prisoners. You could have helped Kostya destroy the keep, but you left it standing. Why?
The wardens decide for themselves whether or not to leave.
I agree. A decision like this belongs to the community, not the ambitions of one man. Even if Solace isn't going anywhere, I think your arrival was a sign of changes to come. Wherever you go, you break people out of their habits. You banish the old ways.
You give me too much
Or
credit.
perhaps you don't give yourself enough. Wherever that power comes from, whether it's your heritage or political status, it's a terrible burden. I don't envy you, but at least you keep things interesting. You too.
Alright, now let's decide who our party members would be for this final stretch. Let's go with Marius and Yardsley.
Not going this way. Or maybe we are.
So we'll get materials for final set of upgrades. All the more reason to grab absolutely every single one that we see.
Everybody all right?
I think we have plenty of Malgron's Fury.
I think this is the only way down. After you.
Free to you.
Right, so we do have access to a cannon. Okay, that's only a way back.
That's done. Look, it's up.
Let's get some glasswood branches.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Or am I going mad? What is the meaning of this? It can't be real. This is an illusion. A joke. Tell me we're both seeing the same thing.
Family's lab all over again.
Worse. So much worse. Why am I cursed to see this again? Why does the memory follow me wherever I go?
The god is misleading us, playing with our senses.
I know what I think. I think someone's laughing at me. Whoever is responsible, I'm tired of the bullshit. Step forward and answer for yourself, coward.
Godlike of Sapadal, long have we awaited you.
Finally, you've come home.
How is this not the strangest thing that has happened today?
Oh my gods. They're alive?
Talk to them, Giotto.
How? Where would I even begin?
Giada Castel, welcome.
Wait, you know me? How do you know me?
For centuries, our whispers filled the silence. Then we heard your mother's call.
My mother? You heard her?
She reached out to us, using the tool you now carry.
But that would have been years ago. The first time she used the phantasmal focus. The only time she used it.
We heard, and Sapadal answered, saying in a great voice, "We are here. You have found us."
But when Sapadal speaks, the living lands trembles. The voice of a god can be a terrible thing.
You're saying Sapadal was responsible for the lab incident?
No, this can't be. What exactly happened to my parents? Tell me, please. I need to know.
Sapadal wanted to be heard, and in so doing, twisted your family in body and soul, broke them into a more suitable shape.
Sapadal does not know the limits of their strength. Mistakes were made.
Welcome back.
Were made? Do you have any idea what my life has been since your little mistake?
After the incident, your parents were like us, and we took pity. So we helped them move on, as they wanted.
In the end, they thought only of you, their pride, and their love.
That's it. That's really it. The answer I've been searching for all these years. Sapadal destroyed my family.
I'm so sorry. I had no idea about any of
I
this.
don't hold you responsible. I don't even know if I hold Sapadal responsible. Your god has the intelligence of a scatterbrained goat. But that isn't their fault. It's simply how they came into being.
We should get moving.
Indulge me a moment. I've been waiting a long time for this. One final question, spirits. What is this? Why are you trying to ruin my life again? Is this your way of haunting me? What is it you want?
Not to be pedantic, but that was 4 questions.
We want to apologize on Sapadal's behalf, and for the part we played in your sorrow.
They want to apologize. I came to the garden for answers, not to offer forgiveness.
I trust you to make this decision yourself.
Shit. This is going to hurt. Sapadal has been trapped here for millennia. Alone. Confused. Screaming into the void for anyone who will listen. When they heard the voice of a stranger, they overreacted. How can I hold that against you? Apology accepted.
Thank you, Giada. And thank you, Godlike, for bringing her all this way.
The time has come for you to find your patron, as you were meant to.
I'm ready.
May the living lands receive you with open arms. Farewell.
Goodbye.
Yes, this is...
We need to talk about this, but not here.
No space, dearie. Giada will speak more when she's ready.
What if you treat people and they're rather pertinent to Giada's backstory? Because I noticed this area down here. But there is... But there's only a way to loop back, effectively.
I see the disciple has found his way into the cell.
No. We know this voice, this presence, sneering at us through our prison bars.
I culled your rot from this land before. I will do it again.
Waldekar, Mr. Books have no record of your presence here, queen that was.
And is. You carve lands into petty fiefdoms, but we are the gods of all Eora.
You're not the god of the living
The
lands.
usurper has confused you. Allow me to make things clear.
Out! Her voice pierces our skin.
Look at this place. A quagmire of your parasite's worst instincts. Can you even begin to grasp the forces that you tamper with?
Why don't you explain then instead of insulting me?
Apparently, I must. The situation is worse than I perceived. Do you think you're special, with your god's thorn in your side? Do you believe you can hold dominion over chaos itself? When even the collective fury of the real gods can only confine the sniveling creature to this wasteland.
I knew it.
You suspected. Then you must have understood why.
It is true. She twists the knife. The seas run red with memory.
In time, the gods felt the wretched powers seeping through this land. Its madness would consume us all if it was not contained.
Admit it, you felt threatened by a god you couldn't control.
Chaos threatens us all. We will ensure order prevails. A pity that its followers could not be reasoned with.
No wonder the souls of this land cry out.
They were defiant to the end. The poor godless, worshipping the very thing that subsumed them. We could not excise the rot and spare the roots that nourished it.
Their worship challenged your authority. You were never going to let them live.
You dare claim the domain of the gods is trivial?
Touched a sore spot, didn't I?
Mind your tongue. Your blasphemy strains my patience.
She scolds and scorns and wrings the earth dry. Purge her from this place.
Listen to its tantrum. It knows neither order nor sense. Adir is the only thing holding back the tide of entropy.
It's not your order. That doesn't mean it's anarchy.
I refuse to even dignify that with a response. But there is still time. You can succeed where Ludwig failed. Face your false god and end its reign of terror permanently.
Get out of the garden. Now. I'll never work with you.
Very well. I cannot force a child to bend to my will. But I will not stand by and watch you undo my work. You should have thought more carefully before you broke your oath to the Empire. Let this be a lesson to you.
I have nothing to say. That was insane. Insane.
I never thought I'd learn of the Godless's fate from their killer.
That is quite a noise.
I'm not used to quiet.
I do appreciate having the opportunity to trade bombs with a god.
That's all of them.
Require a sarcophagus key.
It isn't looking this way, is it?
Isokso!
And be frozen. Excellent.
Get it together, Roman.
Why did people got materials for it as well?
What is that? I know that place, right? Oh no. No. Why is this? They're dead. Like it just happened. Like I remember.
This is the moment I found you, bundled and crying, while our parents died.
Viate. You're not here. You can't be here.
I am dead, Viate, from the Dream Scourge. We are in the garden. As strange as this seems, it is normal here.
Take your time, Morris. This is probably important.
Please, Viate. This is where you need to be right now.
I have faced this already. Why force me to do it again?
Something unresolved here. Something else you need to
And
understand.
for the god's sake, what is it? I am exhausted, Viate. I can't take much more of this.
You know where we are. This is my memory. When everyone died, and I found you back in your tent. How much of this do you remember? I can't tell from your eyes.
We dealt with Razvan. He got what was coming to him.
Make your message clear, Spirit. We have much to do.
Sapadal wants to understand. They know your envoy very well, but not the people next to them.
I have what I needed. We dealt with Razvan. We avenged our parents' deaths.
Welcome, Ash. How are you doing
Then
tonight?
Maybe it was I who needed to speak with my Viate. With a clear mind this time. Even when we were children, you kept me alive, first by needing my protection, and then by being who you turned out to be. When you left Solace, it was like I lost more than my best friend. I lost my need to live,
I know. And I'm not sure I'll ever live that down. I don't think I know how.
I'm very glad to hear that. I'm also doing quite well, thank you for asking. Welcome to the end of Avowed. Use it by living the best you can for the rest of your life.
You've always done everything you could to survive. It's time for you to learn how to live.
So, what do we do now?
That's between you and your friend, Marius.
You're right, Viate. This lava flows directly between us.
We've both been through so much. But I can see that it's all behind us now. Just another thing we've survived after all this time.
A fine way to put it.
It's good to see you two together. I can tell you love each other very much.
More like tolerate, in my case, but... right.
See what I put up with, Envoy? Still wonder why I left Solace?
Get out of here. Hike up your waistline and go talk to a god. They'll be waiting.
Rest well, uncle.
Oh, it was... good to see you, Viate. Even with all this.
Take care of my little friend, Envoy. He needs you more than he'll say.
Okay. There's something down here. Oh, that'll be very, very nice for us. Even if there's an off chance between slowing and rooting.
Keep quiet.
Alright.
He's also...
So far, so good. So this does take us back here. Very good to know. Okay, so we still need more dragon hide. And far more glasswood branch.
A breath held. Trepidation. You are close, yet distant still.
I'm close enough to meet you. Why don't you wait until I'm awake?
Moon has many faces. Different songs for different days. We know your light. We seek what swims inside you as you wane. We wonder.
You know what I wonder?
Deer leaps at its reflection in the lake.
You still owe me answers.
The debt of knowledge. We concede.
What do you really want?
A question like the ocean. What is wanted? What is what?
Never mind, it's no use asking anything straightforward from you.
No, we must recall, plumb the depths of our memory. We would run, roll with the tide, sink our fingers into new earth. Whisper in the fields, lift the hills gently in our hands.
What are the people who live on those hills?
Shed the dirt, but spare the blooms. Shake the roots slowly. Vengeance denied, squandered. This cannot be.
What was that?
We spoke of flowers.
No, you definitely said something just now.
We speak of freedom when the hand still clasps around our throat. Wake now. Find us.
How are you feeling?
Come on. Obviously, it wasn't my favorite thing, but
Grief. What a massacre. Good. Now, as I was saying, grief is... You lose it, and you carry around the little inside yourself till you die.
Oh, there were two of them the entire time. Let's keep you nicely alive.
Well, that was fun. I'm holding on. Got pretty intense back there. It does feel good knowing Razvan isn't still out there. Weight off my mind.
Takes a lot of strength to go back and face something like that.
Hey. Thanks. Didn't feel like strength at the time.
You faced something horrible and didn't go catatonic. That's strength. No matter what it feels like, dear.
I'm not Thomas King. What's that doing here?
Right. As we were saying.
I'm not the only one here who has sad parent stories. Giada's folks turned into plants.
This room. It looks just like Thomas.
Right. I'm fine. Let's just leave it there.
Tama. No. No. This can't be. I escaped this memory. What is this, Envoy? This is your God's prison, not mine.
We're looking to this place to trap a god's soul. Is this the snare your soul responds to?
For all of her litanies on oaths, order, and justice, I forgot she's also the god of vengeance. Is this really him? He looks older than I remember.
This is form without essence, memory without life, a vision of what might have been.
If I'd stayed by his side. I've seen this moment playing through my head so many nights, run from it each and every time. And still, somehow, it finds me here, in a crazy god's fever dream.
Maybe that's why you're seeing it.
And I thought Rauatai and naval punishments were cruel. I guess I should be grateful it's not really him. I'd hate to imagine him stuck in this moment.
Tell me what you'd rather imagine.
That he lived, and we laughed about it and grew old together. But I'd settle for remembering the good times we did have. Instead of this. I've escaped ambushes, wars, and gambling debts, but I have never figured out how to get away from this.
If you want to escape it, you've got to stop running from it.
And do what? Say goodbye to Tama. I missed that chance.
They're in a god's prison. Maybe some piece of his soul can hear you.
When you put it that way, I suppose it can't hurt to try, can it? Tama, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I ran when you needed me. I'm sorry I've kept running all this time. You taught me how to keep sand out of my rifle and what it means to be part of a team. And now, despite my best efforts, you're teaching me how to let go. I can't change the past, but if Bareth brings us together again, I will make it up to you at the next turn of the wheel.
Do you need a moment?
No. I've lingered in this one too long already. Come on. I've seen enough of this place. Let's go find your god.
This will even function if we tried it? No. We're always meant to take this path. Ah, so many spiders. No sense of courtesy or patience on these enemies.
This place would be peaceful if it wasn't so dangerous.
To see all this in its heyday, in its full splendor.
We take a look at our progress of upgrading this. Gun. Recently more glasswood branches. And dragon hide.
Right behind you.
No chanting permitted. So many skeletons. On your feet. This bear's just thoroughly stuck. Or perhaps not. Stuck, deceased. It makes no difference in the end. Another ancient memory.
We have been here. We were here all the yesterdays before.
How long have you been imprisoned exactly?
The sun rises and sets. Time is mud. When were you born? When were we? We cannot say. We feel no spark of the Tibaris Inachus in this place. We cannot see it through their eyes. We slumber here, alone.
People would covet your power. Might be safer in here.
The eagle's flight, the lion's roar. They took it all away.
Why don't you tell me what really happened?
A tide of souls thrown upon the wheel. The ground gives way. We fall. Now our memory is a wound reopened. They came suddenly, the stillness of night split by grinding steel.
Did they emerge from the sea?
We had no time to speculate. First, they blinded us. Shining eyes pierced the concealing dark. Then they burned. Smoke ensnared the moonlight. The Akita screamed.
They destroyed just to destroy?
No. We saw a terrible design in the roaring flames. They had carved a path to the temple. We were their true prey.
Morrigal's foolish thinks she can continue that easily.
Douse the candle, only for the sun to rise again. We persisted. We were everywhere. How could they cull the wind? How could they trap,
the stars. Then they turned to what the Akita had made. They toppled the statues. They set the libraries ablaze.
All that wisdom gone.
They could not kill us. They would curse us to oblivion. The Akita howled. They died. We cried out, sundered, soul by soul. We broke the earth, called down the storm, flung lightning from our hands. But they marched on. We grew tired. In fury, we exposed ourselves.
You were the very golems you were trying to protect, didn't you?
Our flailing smothered the cries. Were they theirs? Ours? The needle struck. Erased machines, we tried to tear down the garden's walls. Then, nothing.
Time stops, didn't it? Happened when I died too.
Not death. Worse. A void. We reached out, but the machines held us in. We could not feel the new day's sun play in the shifting tide. The cities crumbled. We could not save them. We could not save ourselves.
No one gets to erase history. Not even the gods.
Yet they did. A light snuffed out. We watched helplessly for aeons. Until you.
What would you do if I'd never come here? If I'd been born someone else?
Our branches shudder. We do not think of this. The wound numbs now. We watch as the river of time expands. In the silence of our prison we find clarity. How many voices lost? How many saplings have we cut down? We sink into the endless night. Perhaps we should be here.
That's not true. You're here because the other gods are afraid of you.
We are the rain, the swaying grass. What do they have to fear?
Did it never occur to you that you might be stronger than them?
The volcano, the chasm. We had not considered this. Soil stirs. We have a new memory of this place. You opened the final lock, entered the hidden glade. You listened. You stand at a cliff now. We watch your footsteps carefully. We twine together. We reach for the sky. We grow. We grow. We grow.
All right.
Let's go.
Let's interrupt that before it happens. I do like that the road interrupts their attacks. And for so little essence. Let's hold on to our lockpicks a little bit longer. Okay, so we can't be with inevitability, which is... seems like a very good choice for a tank build. Otherwise, up we go. Wild Walker Ring. Unfortunately, I've already... got that. Great, nothing back over here. What about through here? What reward awaits us? Desirable materials. I'll take the more broad set of upgrades, as they are all desired. Okay. This is not a path forward. Alright, all the way back around then. The screaming skeletons. Got some 3D. It's got some 3 damage on it. Ah. It's tragic. I recognized... I recognized an alternate path, but not the details of it until it was too late. Probably it doesn't be too far back. I want a fire build. To any extent, that would be quite nice now, wouldn't it? Oh. Okay, we can do that pretty quickly again. That's not too... We've got this.
I'll never understand the Akedan love for darkness.
Ah. That's the actual intent. Also, I really need to be letting... the automatic regeneration kick in first. then worry about healing further.
This place seems less like a death trap. Maybe we could stop, catch our breath.
Less like a death trap does not mean not a death trap, of course. Let's set up camp here.
There's always a weird sort of quiet on the eve of battle. I'm feeling that now. Seems like a good time to gather our thoughts and share a drink before whatever's coming.
Right. This seems like a perfect place to stop and relax.
Though it's hard enough to tell what's real here without a belly full of drink.
Sounds like you're nervous, dearie.
I'm feeling all kinds of ways. Anxious, excited, scared, hungry.
I feel it as well. It is only mortal to feel overwhelmed in the presence of the immortal.
We're really sure to get going.
Let's take this in for just a moment. Against all odds, we've survived the living lands, crossed an acid sea, and reached the prison of a god. When we first met, I didn't think you'd last long. But then I saw how you handled that dream thrall there. Shook off your own death like a bad cold. And then you hunted your own killer and put him down. It takes a hard head or a thick skull to face something that almost ended you once.
I didn't know much about you at that point. You were traveling with Kai and you died, which I thought made a lot of sense.
I remember your calm. How you listened to my shouting match with the governor and actually heard me. And when they burned my home, you gave me another one. A sanctuary where I could be myself. I'll never forget that.
You were my hero right away. You rescued me from those sporelings. You got my priceless face. What more could a girl ask for?
And now look at you. Look at us. How far we've come in a short time.
Welcome, darling. Congratulations on being first. How are you doing tonight? Our work isn't finished. Sapidol is only the beginning.
One crisis at a time, please. I can only lose so much sleep.
He's right. Not to raise the sails before the anchor, but we left trouble in our wake. Fjord, Thirdborn, Solace. If we make it out of here, it won't be to a living lands suddenly at peace.
Just this once. Could we forget about the rest of the living lands? Some of us could use a break.
If we can't take a moment to ourselves on a floating island outside reality, then I don't know where we can.
I'm glad to hear you're feeling better. I'm doing very well, thank you for asking. Ignoring problems won't make them go away.
True, but a little rest will help clear our minds. Before we turn in for the night, I'd like a word in private. Nothing serious, just planning out the rest of my life.
Sleep well, my friends.
Alright, we can make 2 more dragon hide, and we need 14 more. Well, we won't be quite perfectly up to snuff. But
when you find Sapadal, I hope you tell him how much I love what they've done with this place.
there is something beautiful amidst this chaos.
And you've got to enjoy it where you can find it. Besides, as divine prisons go, I can imagine much worse.
It's grown around Sapadal like a cocoon. Reflects their beauty, their danger, and their fractured nature.
Let's hope they don't have any nightmares while we're here. Judging from their outbursts at Mount Forja and Nakukubel, they're skewing towards the danger in that mix.
They were volatile before their imprisonment. Since then, they've unleashed the Dream Scourge.
Exactly. And what are the odds that centuries of imprisonment have improved their temper? Setting them free means gambling with the lives of everyone in the living lands. It's not worth it, but it's not my call. And I don't envy you having to deal with a loose cannon of a god. But I envy even less the mess you're going to have when we escape this place.
Dealing with Sapadal won't diffuse the political tensions in the living lands.
Lucky thing your emperor sent his best representative as his envoy, right? You'll have your work cut out for you.
What's it to do with the Dream Scourge, not politics?
And some days you wake up and the deck of your ship's covered in bird shit. You can clean it up or you can step in it. That's the choice.
That's true.
The Steel Garrote leveled fewer. Even if Animancers aren't the most popular bunch, everyone gets nervous when fields burn. And yeah, I know that's on the Steel Garrote, but it's not lost on anyone that your people despise Animancy. Not when Heelguard banned the practice in Paradise.
I see your point.
Oh, I wish I were finished. Ringra may have unleashed some powerful magic against the Dream Scourge, but she left a lot of corpses in her wake. That doesn't look good for your people. Not when Ludwig was also in the region, and your people had a garrison at Eagle's Reach.
Yeah, doesn't look good at all.
And then there's Solace. You might have saved the keep, but no one's going to talk about the disaster that didn't happen. They're going to talk about why Mount Forja erupted after all this time.
I think it's technically, indirectly, it's still the Garrote's fault.
I don't think anyone else is going to understand the indirectly. Fairly or not, a lot of blame's going to be laid at Adir's door. And if I had to guess, I don't think Heelguard's been helping matters while you've been out here.
I'm not going to defend Heelguard here. So tensions are high and everyone out here is well armed. What about it?
If and when we get out of here, we're walking into a powder keg. And you'll have to choose a side. That's the part I don't envy.
People of the living lands deserve freedom. I won't help anyone subjugate them.
I admire your principles, but don't underestimate what they could demand of you. Look, I've been there. I fought for Rauatai's interest in the Deadfire for longer than I like to admit. And lost my stomach for it eventually. That's how I wound up here. But I will tell you now, I never could have fought my own brothers and sisters. I hope that's not what it comes down to. But I'll understand if that's a line you can't cross. I don't mean to burden you. It's late, and you've still got a god to face. Just know that whatever you choose, I'll fight alongside you. I'm with you to the end of this.
Good night.
Good night, Envoy.
I came here to help you do whatever you're supposed to do with your god friend. Instead, I'm here talking to dead people.
The garden is stranger than I thought it would be.
I've heard about the garden all my life, and I never expected something like that. But thanks to you, I think I was ready for it. I mean, it was blessed bizarre, but I could handle it. I will say, it's not really what I expected when I started tracking you and Kai back in Paradise.
The world is strange, Marius. That's one of the things I like best about it.
You're in a good place, then. Strange seems to follow you like dust gnats. It's been a bit of a ride, Envoy. I feel like it's coming to an end. One way or another. I don't know. Maybe the unexpected isn't so bad after all. I never expected you and I would become friends. Yeah, quick note. If you tell any of the others I said that, I'll poison your drink. Anyway. Thanks for talking.
All this time, I thought my parents died in a freak accident. An experiment gone awry. A mistake. And in a way, they did. But it wasn't their mistake. It was Sapodal's.
Does knowing that help?
That's what I keep asking myself. This whole experience has me considering my family's work in a different light. Look at what my mother accomplished. Armed with her research and her wits, she found a god. When you speak to a god, it's nothing. Barely a reflex. But for the rest of us, it's unimaginable. No Animancer can live up to that. Certainly not me. I thought their legacy was a curse, and I could only break it by completing their work. I was wrong.
And that burden was never yours to carry.
Exactly. I made it my burden. And for what? One thing is certain. When it comes to animancy, I need to unlearn some of my old assumptions. I wanted to tame the spirit of the living lands. Now, there's so much about it I don't understand. And it's creepy, but wonderful.
Creepy is putting it lightly.
We mortals are fragile beings. The supernatural is grotesque to us, as is the metaphysical. I believe the power flowing out of the garden drove this island mad. That has to end. Through animancy, we could help the living lands recover. It would take a lifetime, maybe more, but that's a small price to pay. Then again, who am I to interfere with an ecosystem that I barely understand? On the other hand, half the fun of animancy is stirring the pot and getting into trouble. I think I know what I want, but there are too many variables to consider. What do you think?
I trust you to make the right choice for yourself.
Of course you trust me. I'm brilliant. But we've been together long enough that I value your opinion.
Leave the past behind. You don't need animancy to find meaning in life.
You're right. I know you're right. But it's easier said than done. I'm the daughter of proud animancers. Who am I to deprive the community of my wisdom and experience?
Leech is proud of you as you are, not as you could be.
As he keeps telling me. Without animancy, without my ambition, I don't even know who I am. But maybe that's a good thing. Either way, I can't wait to find out. The Living Lands is nothing if not a place of self-discovery. Hey, You helped me through a very difficult time. I just wanted to say thank you.
It's never too late to start fresh, my darling. You can do this.
You have more to say?
Let me get this straight. You spoke to the spirit of Nandru, a godlike, same as you. What did he say? Any advice? Any words of encouragement?
He told me to kill Sapadon.
Oh. I take it that wasn't what you expected. I should have seen this coming. Never listen to the dead. They're cynical, full of regret, and determined to make us all miserable. Thankfully, you're still alive. Fate is in your hands.
Well, as long as my soul is tethered to this mad beast of a god.
I see that as an opportunity in disguise. No one is closer to Sapadal than you are. Nandru lost that privilege when he died, which means you alone can judge the god of the living lands. Your opinion is the one that counts.
What happened to Nandru was enough to make me fear Sapadon.
That's perfectly valid. Gods are terrifying in the best of times. For what it's worth, I think you're going to be fine. No matter what you do about Sapadal, it can't get any worse. I wish I could say the same for the living lands. Until next time.
Alright. Final approach.
Is this where your god friend sleeps?
Alright, let's pick another skill to invest in. Flurry of blows.
I assume we'll have to break this. This barrier somehow.
Safe to assume that the large glowing door is part of Sapadal's prison. Now, we'll just have to get past it.
Okay, need to keep an eye out for an interactable.
Right behind you.
Stand still and accept death.
Everybody all right?
That clears one half of it, but not the other. Okay, we have an arm. I wouldn't call it free. We definitely had to work for it.
Job. Here's hoping we can avoid that madness down there.
I would appreciate that the enemies are normally fighting against each other, so that I'm the bigger threat.
Down. Here we go. This is the place.
Oh, let's do it again.
I
Okay.
think we found Sabadell's home.
the rest was solid. For my personal highlights, definitely appreciated the announcement of a remaster, only much less commonly spoken of Shin Megami Tensei game. Righto. An action RPG from the PS2. And Lilith absolutely howled at a new Tomodachi life. Oh, both my companions are down. Okay, hold on. I need to clear my inventory. And welcome, son. How are you doing today? I see. Was the baby not a fan of Gritty Pac-Man?
last you see our prison, the place where we have suffered. You are so small, we questioned if you were real. Then steps, a voice, through armies and corrupted soil, you persevered. Now, you are here.
Despite the best efforts of other gods.
They choked our light, clipped our wings, pinned our hands. We felt only the bars, the shackles. They did not explain. Everything would have been different if they had not hurt us. But the other gods imprisoned us, left us to suffer alone in this place. We refuse to remain caged. Release us. The strangler is close now. We feel her wire against our flesh.
You mean Mordecai?
She begs for our blood. Her wolves defile the city on the shore.
Speak plainly. What are you trying to tell me?
Pray, please, hide. Talons carve a sentence in our skin. She strikes us now. Now! Pluck her out! We must be free of her! A spark. Wait. The essence bends here. Time flows into itself. You can reach her. Will the garden to open. It will take you there.
Magic the powerful always has a cost.
A mountain of essence. We strain, but it will move for you. We were everything. What have we lost? What multitudes could we contain? We could run, leap in the water, flourish in forgotten hills.
No more of your gibberish. I'm here to end you.
And pile injustice upon injustice? Never. We are owed for what they did. Let us rend our foes, burn them as she burned us.
And they all deserve the fire, but go with this.
No, we would strike back at those who have caged and tormented us. You met death, and you sought vengeance.
I couldn't trust Sigwolf not to kill me again.
And how can we trust the Strangler to leave us in peace? You showed us that we need to take matters into our own hands. Let us have our justice, our vengeance.
And these really convey the feelings coalesced here, but
You forgive yourself the deaths of innocents in the desert, but you cannot grant us our freedom? Let us free! We will not ask again. We want them to suffer as we did. We want to make them pay. The blood of our tormentors, warm in our throats. We deserve a taste, just as the bear did.
The bear?
We asked what he would do with an animal that sickened after a fight. Do you remember what you said?
Pour the poor thing down so it doesn't cause harm to itself or anyone else.
Do not stifle us so. Harm is owed. The gods must pay for what they have done. The time has come for you to act. End our pain, and the dream scourge will cease. Let us free. We will rain fury on our enemies and shield our lands once more.
I will rend your soul to essence and return you to the wheel.
What? Stop this! Stop! Bars become walls, stone, emptiness. They close, they press, bones shatter. We cannot breathe. Please!
Without a god is falling. One last confrontation.
Andra's depths. Are we back in Dawnshore? Already?
That must have taken an incredible power, beyond all mortal understanding. How do you feel?
Never mind though, what happened to Paradise?
Looks like the war already started, and the giant roots are winning.
Marius, vines don't usually get that big this quickly, do they?
Based on their growth and size, I'd say we've been gone 2 or 3 weeks.
Time flowed quicker in the garden. Giotto was right.
For once, I wish I wasn't. Who knows if the garden affected time, or merely our perception of time? Assuming there's even a difference.
It's like how a body fights an infection. The fever gives you strange dreams that feel like an eternity.
Look at this place. Feels like we're still in the dream. And not just us. Those are more your people's ships in the harbor. And steel Garrote banners past the barricades. That can't be good.
Even Reingrim is here. Perhaps we get to see an Archmage in action.
I think I see Elia as well. What a strange reunion this will be.
The Blessed Wardens are here too. That conflict we've been trying so hard to prevent started without us.
I wonder who struck first.
It's who strikes last that counts.
The Steel Garrote have been itching for a fight this whole time. This would have happened with or without us.
Before we go, what happened back there with the Dream Scourge and Sapadal?
Sapadal has gone forever, and the Dream Scourge with him.
Glad the Dream Scourge is over, but I can't help but think killing a god will have consequences.
I'm sure it wasn't easy, but I think that's for the best, Envoy.
I can't believe Sapadal is gone. For better or worse, the spiritual health of the living lands depended on them. What now?
We took out the Dream Scourge and Sapadal in one fell swoop. Quite impressive, really.
Won't be enough to stop the fighting.
You've saved the soul of the living lands. Now the survivors fight over its bones. We should take a look. See if we can get ahead of whatever storm is brewing down there.
People seem to be gathering west of here. Whatever's happening, let's be a part of it.
Sansa, how did you make it out?
Is that you?
Envoy? Is it really you?
Mihala told us you went into some place called the Garden to seek a god?
When you didn't return, we took you for dead.
What did you see there? The god you felt in Nokutadek?
The origin of the Dream Scourge? It was the act of a god this whole time?
Everyone, please, please. We could get to the bottom of this if you would only let them speak. It's been weeks, Envoy. What happened?
Met the god of the living lands and destroyed them.
Sapadal was responsible for the Dream Scourge. Their rage, their confusion, their fear.
But the plague isn't over. Dream Thralls still litter Shatterscarp.
There won't be any new infections. We've put a stop to that for good. Unfortunately, there's little we can do for those already in the grip of the Dream Scourge. We can give them comfort, nothing more. This will be a process. The Dream Scourge was never going to simply go away overnight.
I suppose it stands to reason. I found that a quick fix is often anything but.
What of this god, then? What does it mean that you destroyed them?
I won't waste my breath. Why don't you explain to me why Paradise is on fire?
You might not believe me, but I didn't want any of this to happen. It was Ludwine who called for the attack. She and her Steel Garrote laid siege to the city, shortly after you beat her to the garden.
I just remember killing Ludwig on top of Mount Forja.
You did. I kicked her corpse when you weren't looking. Just to be sure.
Well, she's seen better days, but you wouldn't know it judging by how she fights.
Ludwine's plowed through the militia like a knife through warm butter.
All right, let's keep the similes to ourselves.
She's going to try to kill me again, isn't she?
Regrettably, she's not in the business of making exceptions for people she deems Oathbreaker. So long as her passion for Wodika lives, so too will her spirit.
Then we destroy her faith, and the rest of her will follow. I have a theory about this. Let's talk at camp if you want to hear it. But I think we can kill her.
Oh, good. That'll be easy.
It is not, I think, impossible.
Enough of this. What happens next?
Ludwine has sent a message to the Emperor informing him of her attack. He will send advisors and reinforcements swiftly in response. What will his representatives find when they arrive? A new colony? A budding grave room? Before you face Ludwig, you should know what you're fighting for. All of you must decide, together. But whatever you decide, understand, the days of the frontier are done. Adir will come. Indeed, we are already here.
Why were I involved in the decision, Hilgard?
That's what I would like to know.
You have seen more of this land, and met more of its people than any of us. Your opinion is informed. You were empowered by the Emperor himself to investigate an impossible problem. And against the odds, you solved it.
You entered a poisonous garden and killed a rogue god. And in our dealings together, I found you to be a person of substance and conviction. But mostly, it's because you're a Adiran, so I trust you. And these fine people here are going to do whatever they like if they don't agree with you anyway.
What United Living Lands?
Oh, Envoy, no. Do not suggest that lightly. Think of the Emperor. There would be reprisals. Ones which this conclave could not survive, fractured as you are. Not unless you came together and formed a nation of your own. It would be difficult. No, impossible. I'm certain you would fail. Think of your people, all of you. Think of the lives at stake.
I assume the assembled leaders have thoughts.
Though I'm hardly eager to work with any of you. I like the idea of twisting beneath Adir's boot heel, even less. But the Wardens cannot continue their vigil without water. If the others would fix our aqueduct, we're in.
It's a nice idea, but consider the costs. If we walk away from a relationship with Adir, we're leaving a lot of trade on the table. But the people of Thirdborn have friends in the world. I'm sure we'd find our way through.
With the Envoy's support, we'd have a god's power in our pocket. What could the Empire do to stop us? Together, we could repair Fjord and create such miracles of animancy the Living Lands will become the envy of the world. It would be the honor of my life to stand with my people beside you all.
What do you think?
We deserve our autonomy, even if we must fight for it. Anything less would be surrender.
Fleeing someone else's laws and authority is one thing, setting up your own is another. We're an island of misfits and dissidents. We'll still have to surrender some of our autonomy, and we won't agree on what that means overnight. We'll be vulnerable. Without allies, other powers will see us as ripe for the picking. Know that this is a hard road to walk.
We were fine before Adir came. We'll be fine when they're gone.
I think we ran things perfectly fine before your kin got here.
Okay.
Of course.
I know what I would like to do.
Well, don't leave me in suspense.
It was fight for United Living Lands.
Oh, gods have mercy.
Solus and her Wardens stand vigil with the Living Lands.
By grit and steel, Thirdborn stands with the Living Lands.
Fjord and her animancers stand with the Living Lands.
We deserve this opportunity. Thank you for believing in us.
Fighting a battle together is easy. I just hope everyone's willing to stick it out when it comes to the politics.
Gods, they made the right decision for once.
Finally, some sense permeates the proceedings.
On your head be the consequences. That leaves the matter of Ludwig and the Steel Garrote. She will never surrender, Envoy. You must kill her, or we will lose Paradise, and eventually the island.
The non-mutual on the battlefield. Let no man stand who tries to stop
The
me.
living lands will never be free until we break the chain around our necks. Ludwig must die her final death.
She better say her goodbyes while she can.
I'm proud to fight at your side, Envoy. One last time.
Let's get to work then. We've got a walking corpse to bury.
The Paradise Militia will be at your back. Give her no quarter. The future waits for you.
Show them a fight, Envoy.
We will send reinforcements to help you reclaim the Eastern Gate. From there, work your way to the main plaza.
Understood.
May all the gods of Eora and the living lands protect you.
Let's take back the city together. Show the Steel Garrote how the living lands takes care of its own.
So we're going after the Steel Garrote now, right? Let's do it.
Let's go free a city, shall we?
Okay, so what is your idea for bringing her to
Can't
end?
sleep? Neither can I. We're going into battle for the soul of the living lands, rallying under the banners of the Paradise Militia. Your Emperor will not be pleased.
Screw him.
Indeed. When a godlike fights in battle, people take note of which side. The Adirans will doubt your loyalty. The locals will doubt your commitment. You may even doubt yourself. This is the first time you were told to pick a side. And I fear it won't be the last.
You're worried that I'll change my mind.
Only a little bit. Just enough to keep me up at night. From what I understand, your ambassador is very persuasive, very powerful, and very accustomed to getting his way. For a politician like him, losing a battle is not a defeat. It's an opportunity. When he promises you the world, don't listen. He'll fill your head with lies if you let him.
Noted, thanks for the warning.
Glad we understand each other. It's good to see you fighting for the misfits and rabble-rousers. Time for you to get some rest. We have a big day ahead of us.
What's matter with Lordwin again? Are you concerned?
In truth, I'm not as worried as I used to be. I've been thinking about the Inquisitor. Formulating a theory, you might say. A Death Guard clings to their existence by force of will. Stubbornness, unfinished business, that sort of thing. Ludwig is held together by faith, and that may be her undoing.
Because Salvador challenged the faith.
Precisely. Faith is the foundation of her reality. Faith in the righteousness of the gods. But according to her faith, Sapadal should not exist. A new god independent of hers? Blasphemy. By that logic, you shouldn't exist either. And yet here you are.
So I can't just destroy her, I have to destroy her faith.
That's my point, exactly. I think you already have. You are the godlike of a heretical god. A contradiction to her reality. Can you imagine how much she needs you to die? Her entire worldview depends on it. Who knows? Maybe that uncertainty is enough to make her mortal again. Or maybe not. I'm just theorizing as I go. Whatever happens, I want to see it for myself. For the research.
Alright.
Thanks for talking.
Any last minute upgrades? This is as good as we're getting. Bring these because they might be interesting in the conversation. Here we are.
Someone's eager to meet
Get some strange allies. Strangers, of course, not unappreciated.
Never had a chance. Who's next? Anyone?
Don't rise.
Stand still now.
Protect your back. Glad that's over.
What are you?
Quiet, Nimdut.
Subtle as all clear.
Show yourself.
I do like lifesteal.
It's easy when you do it.
What was that? Stop right there.
You asked for it.
Your wizarding days are over.
Dodge this.
Hmm.
Envoy. Welcome to the right side of this. Nicely done.
So that's a proper Mugbook then. It's nice always being able to act first.
Just go. I've got the Plaza under control.
There you are. So, you survived the garden. Did you come all this way just to try your luck again? To kill me more efficiently than last time?
Possibly. I know how to break you now.
So you say. But you can't kill me in a way that hasn't been tried already.
I can't wait to prove you wrong.
Silence, child. The adults are talking. Look around, Envoy. Heelguard should have listened. He tried to bring order through compromise. He failed. Order is meant to be imposed by a stern, guiding hand.
This isn't order, Ludwig.
Oh, but it is. Some wounds must be cauterized in order to heal. The only question is, what's to be done with you? You, who were once so bright and promising.
Her mind is already made up. She's just toying with us.
Sapadal may be gone, but their offspring remains. And I cannot suffer even a remnant to live. Congratulations on being the last of your kind.
Thank you very much.
At least Sapadal cannot trouble us with another godlike. Their lineage ends here. Steel yourself, Envoy. Make this a fight to remember, even in death.
You won't survive this fight. Jada says you're vulnerable.
If my theory is correct, you're as mortal as we are.
Explain.
The righteousness of the old gods is no longer certain. And for one of your kind, uncertainty is a death sentence.
Interesting theory. But will you stake your life on it? Would you pit your logic against my faith?
My parents died in the name of research. If I must follow their example to the grave, so be it.
Then we'll see who triumphs, child.
That child will kill you if you're not careful, and I'll enjoy watching her do it.
Farewell, Envoy.
There's no coming back this time. Prepare yourself for the next world.
You won't be missed, Ludwig.
You show such promise,
You're so very distant.
Shame it has
Big mistake! Come on, let's get her off.
Want to asking for help again?
Wherever Ludwig is now, she must be seething.
Of course, we'd be happy to kill her again, if needed.
She's done for you. But we're not. Whatever's next, we'll face it. Together.
Guys, you're all gonna make me sick. But carry on.
Silence falls over Paradis, as though the city is holding its breath. Then you hear it, the ringing of a distant bell, the waving of banners, and cheers of victory. After a short and bloody conflict, the dust has finally begun to settle. There is an absence in your thoughts where Sapadal dwelled. Once, the god of the living lands would have flinched at this rare moment of tranquility. Instead, they are one with the silence. The Paradis militia rallies to you, the outsider who defended them in their hour of need. Whatever happens next, you have won their confidence. You take a moment to reflect on the calm. Not so long ago, you arrived at these shores on a simple errand, which turned out to be anything but simple. The dream scourge is over, and the island has been cleansed of plague. A time of healing and mourning follows. People look to you for answers about the source of the affliction. You tell them the truth, how the origin of the plague has been destroyed, put out of its misery, and leave it at that. Thanks to you, the living lands has escaped Adiran oppression. The free settlements unite under a common banner and begin the fraught process of negotiating new traditions and values. The Empire withdraws. The frontier remains wild, but not for long. For the rebels of Paradis, this is not a victory they can share. Fearing your wrath, they retreat deeper into the wilderness, taking their secrets and ideals with them. The refugees of Emerald Stair resettle in Thirdborn, bringing their skills and research to aid the local community. What starts as an uneasy partnership blossoms into a bond of trust. Through shared adversity, they find common ground. The ashes of Fior Messiverno continue to smolder. Scavengers avoid the ruins, fearful of spirits unleashed by animancy gone awry. The once promising city is nothing but a cautionary tale. For the people of Shatterscarp, independence is bittersweet. Those who cannot withstand the grief inflicted by Ringgrim's spell leave the settlements, vanishing into the wilderness. Those who remain find themselves forced to cooperate with others, often begrudgingly. With so many dead, the need to stave off hunger outweighs any distaste for certain trading partners. Solace Keep clings to its long-held isolation at first. But after mourning her friend Kostya, Mihala reluctantly deigns to open the doors of the fortress. Some dwarves greet newcomers with glee. Others still mutter darkly about outsiders. Mihala flounders in her earliest negotiations with the rest of the living lands, but slowly learns compromise. She develops a taste for Valian sweets.
As the din of battle fades and the dust settles in Paradise, Kai finds himself alone again. He longs to enjoy the camaraderie that follows a skirmish, but something is missing. The songs ring hollow in his chest, and the drink lands dry in his throat. He packs what little he has and makes for the coast. He doesn't know where he will go, only that his time in the living lands is through. There was a lifeline here, but he never quite grasped it. He will drift. With many of his anxieties and lifelong fears addressed, Marius now feels very differently than he did when he first met the envoy. Still far more comfortable in the wilds than among people, he nonetheless finds that his worries about the unknown were merely self-protection against the traumas of his childhood. Armed with this knowledge, he finds himself more capable of living in civilization, and far less fearful of his home in Galawain's tusks. While he never regains his former place as a warden of Solace, he spends his time traveling between Solace and Thirdborn, acting as a stubborn ambassador between the two. Giada turns away from animancy, charting a new course in life. The old rules don't apply to her. She has no responsibilities other than herself. Writing, music, sailing, sewing, love. She tries everything, masters nothing, and finds the inner peace that eluded her as an animancer. She still carries the phantasmal focus, but it doesn't feel as heavy as before. No longer under the threat of imminent death, Yardsley returns to the Animancers. Reunited with her beloved Quilici, she helps him and the Animancers as they put their lives together after the attack on Fior Messiverno. Eventually, she even has something nice to say to Vidaro. As the days pass in contentment and relative peace, Yardsley is struck by the persistent feeling that something is missing. Though she still devotes herself to her studies of both the arcane and the godless, the restlessness never goes away. Alone in your thoughts, you feel endless opportunities stretching out before you. This is the freedom Sapadal never had. You promise to cherish it. The sounds of celebration pull you out of reverie. Many are waiting to greet you with open arms. You take a moment to catch your breath and savor it, because everything is about to change.
It's a bit of a sudden shift. But, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes Avowed. It did indeed. I'm used to being told this is the point of no return to mean this is the end, it'll be fairly quick. Usually an hour, maybe 2 tops. I wasn't ready for this is the point of no return to mean there is still 3 hours left. Ah. But it is a very good time. It's very much a game that condensed without much downtime without you crafting it for yourself. But that's not a bad thing. especially comparing to the typical pillars of these sorts of games being Bethesda RPGs, which can so often feel bloated with emptiness. There are definitely things that come at a cost with this. Things that make me feel there was probably more planned, or things that just didn't quite make it within the current budget and time constraints of modern video game development. Mostly around the companions, I feel. It feels like they had more things planned for Kai and Mario since they were definitely earlier on in the structuring. Whereas Giotto and Yardley don't feel like they have as much as far as an overall story arc. They're much more contained. It's definitely a game that feels much more focused on the world and the consequences of your actions, and the companions feel like a guiding voice at best, at times. I'd also appreciate that getting stronger in this game is more a question of scavenging resources rather than just murdering more things. Because your weaponry and your armor really are the more defining parts of your power level. Rather than just your direct level, you know? But it's a satisfying quest with plenty of grey morality. Maybe not as much as, say, Dread Delusion, but nice and comfortable amount nonetheless. A nice aversion from the typical explicit right and wrong, good and evil. Much more focused on where Dread Delusion focused heavily on questions of existentialism, Avowed puts more emphasis on trauma and forgiveness. What lines cannot be crossed? Which I suppose ties in well with the initial structure of your introduction, as one of the first big questions you're asked is, can you forgive someone who just murdered you? Can you put that behind you for something greater? The only line of distinctive evil decision seems to really lie in any sort of agreement with Ludwig. So if you want to be vile and cruel and the iron fist of the Emperor, of the God of Vengeance, you have the option. But even without taking that path, there is plenty of meaningful questions to be asked, whether personal or for creating an interesting character to roleplay with. How your preferred character would go through these situations, what things warrant forgiveness, what consequences are acceptable. The things that you think are worth fighting for. And it's those decisions, combined with the fact that this is one of the game, there seem to be quite a few situations that you couldn't talk your way out of in this particular game, which I appreciate. Partially since my favourite game among these first-person RPGs is Bloodlines, where you can talk your way out of so much. And so the more things that allow you to talk your way out of violence, if you so wish, always wins points, for me in particular. But once the credits conclude, our showcase for the night will be done. Thank you all very much for joining me. Tomorrow, we will explore the second open beta for Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves. But until then, Let us see where we shall go tonight. Tonight I'll send you forward. The school is currently playing Limbus Company. Please do give them as much of your affection as you can. Please look forward to the exploration of City of the Wolves tomorrow, but until next time, please do all that you can to enjoy the remainder of your evening, and as always, take care and good night.